What's up, guys? Hey, we slipped 75. This is fun. Remember when I was bearish ended it yesterday? And everyone was like, why are you bearish? Crazy. Was that confirmation? No, it's just support. No, there is news on Cat, actually. I just haven't seen it reported, but the like Norwegian wealth fund or whatever is a big like sovereign wealth fund. It's like a big cat investor, and part of their withdrawing support from the Israeli Defense Force is removing their investments from like American defense contractors, Cat being one of them. There's a BBBY on my screen. It's not even the same fucking company. Bob is up 10%. Nice. A little better this morning. It was easier to get up. It's not risen. You're not getting your stock back. You're fucked. It's not the same stock. It's beyond corporation, which is the what overstock. No, not the meat company. Same name, but I love that the market can simultaneously believe that Nvidia is a $4 trillion company while also believing that somehow in a warehouse in China, Jack Ma created equivalent technology. Guys, I just made a G448 chip in my garage. Give me $1 billion. It's just like an H20. I'll just take the lid off of my 480 Ti. Easy peasy. I don't mind getting on Discord, Danger. I like this. It was fun. Getting all the way down there by the lower bounds of the expected move. Drug time. How low can what go? This? It was pretty low. Implied move was like somewhere between like 54 and, or sorry, 60, 64, 65 and 64, 63. If Gherkin hadn't spent all week telling us that pension funds had to sell $29 billion worth of equities on Friday morning. Why do you do this to us, man? Keeping your secrets. When did you say that? Like 5 times? I even posted a little chart that I made. I feel like Rims and Tim's here. I don't know. Stop sucking. What are you doing wrong? Spend a week outside of Indiana, man. Do you think support at 50 with gamma neutral? Or can we drop below GN? Good question. Um, hmm. Hmm. Maybe we could fall into GM. That's quite far below the expected move, however. And the total exposure on the day is going to drop off really fucking hard if that happens, which is going to make today a lot more volatile. So I would say look for support here at the expected move. If the support at the expected move then fails, that might be really bearish. It's great. Do you think you also mentioned that they would be likely to sell a bunch of calls on this drop? Do you suppose that caps the upside? I could just look at that actually and tell you what the well maybe like what the range for today would be, like the total range at the extremes. Hmm. I would say initially 6460 to 6500 uh, is the more likely trading range, but I guess if we were really to have a breakout or breakdown, we could drop into like maybe like 420, 400, or the upside's still about 6530 right now. Which, don't forget, there's interest out there that came in last night. I'm bored because I haven't entered positions yet, because your info is always helpful. I deleted a month's worth of day trading gains this week. What's going on, slot machine? You getting stressed out? All right, Chicago PMI was in the toilet. Michigan consumer sentiment lower than expected. Inflation expectations lower than expected. Consumer expectations lower than expected. Current conditions slightly better. And inflation, near-term inflation expectations slightly down, 4.8 versus 4.9. Interesting. Maybe because people don't know what the fuck PPI is and they're stupid. I hope your back is better. Thank you. Will my 0 DTE $10 Bobby calls prompt? I mean, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I hope not, because I don't want to hear about them again. I know we're below the expected move. We can keep falling. We failed the test of it, which is slightly bearish. I may have mentioned. Obviously not. We failed support. What about my statement of if we fail support at the implied move, that's bearish, was confusing. '50 is the next downside support. There's some bot puts coming in 35.30, 64.10. We got a little bit of sold put support at 45.40. Bot puts at 55.50. What's up, Lawrence? How you doing, man? Your back finally gave out from carrying us all these last couple of years. No, it's fine. '50 is not a particularly strong support. It's like okay. There's still put buyers coming in. 50, 45, 35, 25. There's a little bit of calls coming in at 55 and 65. So some people trying to play a bounce. Your streak doesn't end. If you sign back up again, it just keeps going. 50 getting stronger support. Some bot calls in the money. Still some bot calls at 55. So maybe a bounce to retest like gamma flip. Hmm. A little dangerous. Because, yeah, it could theoretically keep failing. VIX is up quite a lot, though. Sewer support on MES is. Yes. Might be some support around like 6460 ES. Sold calls piling under the upside. I want fuel to cause a squeeze this afternoon. Um, Not heavily. Some. There's some sold calls to the upside. There's actually a bunch of bot calls still at 64.95, 6,500, like 3,800 of them between the two strikes. Above 6,500, there's a shitload of sold calls. There's still big piles of bot puts down at 64.35.30 and 64.10. Getting slightly more 64.50. 64.50 bot calls in the money here. Hmm. Trying to pick out a new car. Porsche EV. With the Taycan or whatever. Hmm. I don't want a Porsche SUV. Gross. Getting some bot calls out at. There's still some bot calls out at 65. There's a little resistance at 60 though. So I would look for this test at DGF. That might be a confirm. If that breaks to the upside, just range out to about 80. I was looking at I think it was like the I4. I'm not gonna make a prediction for end of day. Oh no, I'm not gonna pay anything near MSRP. Cars are cheap now. The resistance got rejected. That's interesting. Um, It doesn't look like the 50 calls are closing though. So maybe higher low. Interesting. Support's at 45 now. Ooh, this is nasty. The Fidelity mobile app is such trash. I said probably a higher low because the 50 calls aren't closing. If they hold, they'll probably try to push back up again. Losing GN would be bad. Also, VN is there. Look at the fucking put call ratio. Super low. We're not getting a lot of sold puts. Confirm at 60 for a breakout. Um, getting over I would say over the delta flip would be the confirm or the gamma flip. Maybe delta. Over delta flip would probably be the confirm for the breakout to 80. GS isn't down. It's working. Too risky to trade unless we break up or down. Yeah, I probably wouldn't try to trade the chop here. I mean, I might have gone bullish off the lower high or the higher low, but still just a little dangerous because of the resistance. It's probably just way better to confirm or like regain the implied move. Because if we get back above the implied move, there's going to be a push into sold puts. But selling them here is really dangerous because IV spikes on the downside move. This is done. Let me check it. Maybe we're pushing an update right now or something. Ooh. SSL handshake failed. Or maybe. That's weird. Okay, well I've still got data on the non-prod side. So our data's going. Microsoft is having problems in the Eurozone earlier. I wonder if it's spreading. Oh, maybe. Nukes on it. Okay, cool. We'll have it, probably have it up and running as quickly as we can. In the meantime, I've got live data here. If you guys want to let people in the Discord know, they can hop on stream. No, I can't even refresh the prod page. Bad gateway. We might be done with the window dressing. Charm is not supportive right now. Um, it's not negative, but it's very close. Yeah, under 50, it was a bit worse. Or at 50, but there's actually like a little. I think there's a little bit of delta on the 55 strike or the 60 strike, or maybe the 60 strike. Charm also doesn't really matter much at this point in the day. Interesting. TQQQ indicator looking good. It's kind of moving up off the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. QQQ looks bearish as fuck. Fucking big ass head and shoulders. 3-day weekend carried more Trump risk. Oh shit, that's right. I forgot this was a 3-day weekend. Yeah, more sold puts coming in. $64.50, 65, 75. Also got some more bot calls at 65. I'm getting some sold puts at 60 now. Bulls are trying for it. And Nukes being a busy little bee this morning. Vyvanse is kicking in early today. I need gigas for scamming driver out of the money. We're just gonna prop 22 adjustment from Walmart for March. Are stores having liquidity issues? Probably. Was today Bulls versus Bulls? No, there's some bears. There's been some put buyers since this morning. Well, I mean, at least Bulls buying back short puts, if not just someone buying puts. I feel like if Bulls fail to get the 65 in the money here, they're going to get burned pretty hard. Because they've bought a lot of the 65 call. Like 1,200 of them in the last 30 minutes. Not a great look. Also, they've built up a little synthetic long at 64.50, which is surrounded by bot puts on both sides. So yeah, a little bit of a struggle here. I mean, obviously, if Bears can get this under 45, they open up like a 25 test to the downside. So well, they're kind of clawing for it a little bit. And there's bulls, but the volume's low. Gamma's still a little bit negative here. So is delta. So remember that rejections are a little steeper. Yeah, okay. I like the BMW. That's nice. This is fucking ridiculous. They're like giving away EVs right now. That's kind of hard to turn down. They're not free, but you get like half off, and if you lease it, your residual is basically nothing. So you can get a well, there's a few of them that are particularly good deals. So what because the tax credits are ending, all of the automakers are trying to get the EVs off their lots. Yeah, because of the expiring EV credits. So a lot of them you've got like the $7,500 Fed credit, but then they're matching it. Well, I guess manufacturer match. So you're getting like 15K off list price. And then in addition, there's a few of them that have like another 3,500 incentive. So you end up with like lease payments that are like between like $100 to like $300 a month. There's a charging station at the parking lot where I have my spot. Yeah, if you get the Porsche EV, you can't get the credit. Yeah, is the i4 bigger than a 3 Series? I don't know. Also, I don't think the i5s qualify. The Kia EV6 is nice. Hmm. I don't know. A lot of insurers are dropping the Kias, which is like not great right now. Barely. Oh shit, this rejected. No, everybody gets the EV tax credit. Well, until the end of September. I'm not getting a Volvo. Yeah, yeah. There's still a problem with the Kias and Hyundais, though. I'm right now. I'm thinking like because I want to get rid of my car. It's like past its warranty. Gamma Strike insignia wrapped Cybertruck. I would never buy a Cybertruck. I wouldn't drive a Cybertruck if someone gave me one for free. Right now, I'm thinking like the ID4 VW, the Honda Prologue. Is that it? I don't know. And the like BMW i4. I would not. I don't even have somewhere to put that fucking. Where would I put it? Almost nothing qualifies under the new 7,500 that expires in September. It's mostly manufactured to compete with the ones that do. All of those qualify for it. Also, if you lease it, you don't have to file for the tax credit. The fucking manufacturer just eats it. My mom drives an i4. It's okay. Nice seats, tiny interior. Okay, ride. Lots of recall issues. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I'd go with a Honda, but it's just a GM. That's my problem with it. Like, if it was actually a fucking Honda base, I'd probably just get the Honda. I mean, I'd drive the car like 2 times, maybe 3 times a month. So it's not like it's gonna get a lot of fucking use. I think there's like the Hyundai also, but I don't like that one very much. The Prologue seemed like the biggest one. EVs are heavy. Why is that a concern? I'm not gonna carry it. '94 Camry? No, no, I have bad luck with those cars. Oop, Bulls got fucked. This is a big deal. Pay attention. The Ionic 5N is so much fun. 5N. Oh, is that like the sport version or whatever? Why wouldn't I just get like if I'm gonna spend like $70,000, I'm not gonna spend it on a fucking Hyundai. Like I just get the Porsche at that point. The Honda Prologue's practically free. You get like fucking almost $20,000 off, like $18,000 off. So your residual's like 24 grand on a $50,000-$60,000 car. Like the dealer I called offered me $50 a month for the lease payment with 5K down. Yeah, it's due to the tax credit, and then Honda's matching the tax credit, and then there's like another $3,500 if you own a car that isn't a Honda. GM sucks though. Yeah, I mean it's a GM. It's like GM's EV base is what the car is built on. I mean it is a Honda, but I don't think it fucking matters with EVs. Like just the quality of cars kind of starts to go out the window when you remove moving parts from the drivetrain. Min-maxing a car purchase is fun. I just want a free car. And that's about as close as I think I can get. Yep, GN test. It's quite a bit of call selling driving us down, but mostly at like the 70 and 60 strikes. I will point out though that the 6450 and 6465 bot calls did not capitulate on that drop. So they're still holding that position for now, which means they may try to sell puts here on the 40 test or a 40 breakdown. But look at the out of the money IV. Like 6415 IV is going fucking crazy right now. Also, the put call ratio is falling off, so sold puts are getting bought back. It's the official EV of the pickle jar. I don't know. I just want to pay like nothing for a car. Yeah, I can get the fully loaded Prologue for like 50 a month. I could get the Volkswagen for like 100 a month. About BMW is like 230. I'm not counting my trade in because I don't know what I'm gonna get for that. So I'll probably end up net credit. 50 a month for a car is crazy. I know. You getting an EV? Yeah, if I can get 50% off the price of the car up front. Your chariot's arrived. Beautiful. You can't get any of the Chinese ones, right? No. Like the BYD and shit. I want the BYD. That thing's sick. It's got a fucking Xbox and like uh karaoke built into it. And the traffic driving assist is insane because in China you sit in traffic for 4 days. I thought about getting the Lucid, but parts on that kind of shit's just like a pain in the ass. Oh, I didn't look at Audi. I don't know. I don't like Audis. You never leave your apartment. Just buy a one wheel. Yes, I do. I do errands on the weekend. I need something to drive to Costco in Brooklyn. No, not errands. 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 I don't know anyone named Aaron. I don't go every weekend. Get a Tesla. They're such pieces of shit, though. Also, there's no way I'm gonna get a Tesla over a BMW. And they're like the same price. If you could still buy the ones that were manufactured in China, I'd get one, because those were better. But they're harder to find, and you have to get a used one. I don't want to deal with a fucking used Tesla. Great, now I want a hot dog? Where the fuck did you get that from? Time for a glizzy? It's an overpriced VW product. Oh, the... Is that the one that looks like the... Like the shaggin' wagon? It's like fucking VW trying to bring back the bus. Ew. Gross. So we're back above the bot calls. There's a few more bot calls at 64.55 this time around. 50 sold puts are increasing. This kind of still looks like shit. There's a lot of risk off in the out of the money sold puts. That seems to just be ongoing. I think that's kind of a problem for bulls right now. The morning gap is up at 65.01. Hmm. What, targeting the like the 65 close? I don't really see a big advantage in it. Maybe. I think there's like Microsoft service outages right now. Probably. We were having a bit of an issue with Gamma Strike earlier too. Or well, I don't know if it's fixed actually. Oh yeah, I think it is. Maybe. Oh, okay, it is. The fuck? Did this revert back? Hmm. That's tripping me out. Weird. Hmm. Okay. This bounce legit. Probably some resistance here, and then we'll see if bulls can continue to push it out. If we get back above the delta flip, then yes, very much so. But calls are sold a little bit more heavily to the upside now after the prior two failures. General options question based on something I saw. Someone did a SPX short straddle for December 2026 at 6,900. 90K credit. Seems too good to be true. Why? It's not like it's without risk. Hmm. Hmm. Some more support building at 55.50. Actually, 50 calls are taking some profits. Some of the puts at 50 are being bought back. Also looks like 65 calls are taking some of their profits as well. So harder resistance here. Um, maybe get another pullback to 50 off of the rejection. I would say if this slips 50 again, pretty bearish. That's a weak ass bounce off of gamma neutral, to be honest. Oh shit. See if you're doing anything with oil or ZOM. Um, I think I have some sold puts out on ZOM right now, but I haven't been doing much. Yeah. Probably wait for a chance to sell calls again, I guess. I know if oil prices spike, Trump's entire plan to cut rates is going to go right down the shitter. Which one? Which strike? At 50? 50 is just like contested. That's why the delta is low there. But that's also the zero DTE delta. If they cut in September, which they may not do. Supercore is up. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, 55 still moderately contested here. Uh, mm. That's not such a great deal. Hmm. All right, we got calls it 50-55. Some bot bets coming in at 55 or some more, and some bot bets coming in at 60 on the test. There's still a few bot calls out at 65, but not a ton. The bot bets to the downside haven't closed either. It's like 35, 45. Nah, we're kind of stuck. A little bit below the implied move, but the majority of put selling is still way out of the money. 64.50 put selling's picking up a bit. 440, 430. So bulls are building a base. We'll probably push for something more substantial in a bit. Yeah, on the manufacturer side. Most of the sold puts are down at like 64.10 and lower, but there's some building at like 45 or 40 and 30 and a bit at 50. Hmm. Still chop here, no breakout yet. Still 65 to break out. Wow, 63. Prostitution. I mean, kind of. It's just the weight of the put selling will outweigh the downward pressure of the bearish positioning and start to move the market up. I think that's it for downs then. Not necessarily. We still have confirms, which we have not hit. Hmm. Lower high. Could slip back to 50, maybe 45 here. I feel like retesting gamma neutral is not a positive. A lot of this upside still being floated on the back of in the money bot calls at 50. I like the stream card. I hope so. GN above GN with neutrals rising. Oh, interesting. Just selling PSTG premium. I mean, I wouldn't suggest anything because I don't do that, right? It's TG. Is it bifurcated? No. Yeah, I mean, I probably would, but out of the money, like above 80. Who cares what Shkreli says? You put out financial advice now. Win down. We already did down. You see, Gherkin has been getting high a lot lately. Not a lot, just a little. It's like being drunk. I'm not on any any real good shit. I do want to say everyone needs to step up their game though, because I'm still pretty good at this when I'm high. Carvana almost touched 380 today. I know I have stops on my calls. He uses the spice. I just step up when nothing's happening. Yeah, I wouldn't trade this. Just wait for something to happen. A lot of trading is just waiting, which I honestly like. It sounds really obvious, but I think a lot of people don't get it. Did I stop out? Hold on, I'm not sure I did. In fact, I stopped out yesterday. Yeah. Don't want to short that. I need to set hard confirms on my day trades. Yeah, you should. What's a hard confirm? Confirming a breakout of a specific level? How the fuck have you been here for 4 years and you don't know how to confirm a breakout? Usually just jacking it. Like confirmations when it reverses on you. Maybe you could go ask AI what Shkreli would say. Trader. We could get back to 6,500 today after all the window dressing. Keep an eye on the collar roll. Especially if we get a pull down below GN. Oh, Jesus. No one knows what it is. Okay, fine. So, generally on any move up or breakdown, it doesn't really matter. We'll just use a breakdown for this example, but you can just inverse it. You have a support level. Then slightly below that support, you'll have a confirm. And usually, price action kind of goes like this. And then you'll find a minor support somewhere in there. And then you'll find major support where it bottoms. So, reversal signal is here. No, oh, sorry. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Uh, it's not letting me erase the thing I want to erase. Okay. Major support. Reversal signal is here at the prior rejection. Confirm was at the prior breakdown. And this is just risk management. So a hard confirm would be here. Much in the same way that your breakdown was here and your confirm for the breakdown was here. Those are just inversed. How do you identify major versus minor supports? Gamma strike? Options data? Positioning knowledge? You can flip that upside down too for the bull side of things. Everything just inverses. But, like, trades here are, and this is where technical analysis comes in. As a risk management tool. Trades here are high risk, high profit. Trades here are low risk, low profit. And that's a sliding scale from here to there. Usually, like, you can kind of eyeball it with like $2.50 on SPX, but that's very different for stocks that have like dollar strikes or 250 strikes or $5 strikes. It changes. Some stocks have 50-cent strikes. So if you're looking for a point at which, like, delta, gamma hedging kicks in, then, you're going to be looking above the strike as price action breaks away from that strike and the dynamic hedging picks up. Larger strikes are usually major support or major resistance. Not always. It depends on the positioning for the day. But usually you'll find major support, major resistance at like psychological levels, like 50, 75, the aughts, 25. These boys. Intermediary strikes, will be like minor supports will generally be on either side of those. So like you'll have 50 as the major with like 45, 55 as the range. And this will be like minor resistance, minor support, and then major. And that's because you have such a large strike in the middle. Remember the gravity explanation? You have to get away from the pull of that larger strike in order to break out. It hits the base of the shaft, Grim 2. It pushes into the fupa. So we'd have the real-time data tab open, live Greek Sway Strike, and the Greek Sway Strike on all expiration to be able to see the intraday and always looking at the whole chain too. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Grim 2's never been a billionaire. He occasionally ends up with free Cornichon. I assume that's the reason you don't like straddling major strikes, because the price can get stuck. Yeah. I feel a little. There's variables there, but like, say, like the 6,500 test last night, that I don't mind straddling because it's an initial test of a major level. But subsequent tests, yeah, I would have a problem straddling it. And there's instances where I'll straddle a major strike if there's like important macro data or like political announcements or something like that. Otherwise, yeah, I don't, because yeah, that's correct. Price action gets trapped. Yeah, high uncertainty events. Who in the investment world would be considered the Timu Warren Buffett? There's a lot of really good investors besides Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has the advantage of, 75 years of investing. So, part of his success is just compounding gains. But Warren Buffett's strategy is fairly simple, or at least his initial strategy was. It was buy shit cheap. And stay away from risk. Which you can still do. There's still opportunities to do that. It's just there's not as many opportunities as there were when he started, because, everybody and their mother's evaluating everything all the time. But if you can do your research and find a company that's trading below where it should be, and the market is undervaluing a sector, and or a stock in a sector, and you think the market is wrong, and you think it has some advantage over its peers, or it is at least competitive with its peers, then there's still opportunity to find value. I think the problem with Buffett is everyone tries to overcomplicate what he does. And what he does is very simple, and he's tried explaining it to people for 50 years, and no one seems to get it. Buy shit when the market crashes. Yeah, you could technically just, yeah, buy Burke B when it crashes. There you go. Well, his investment style, that's really the only investment style retail traders can follow of Buffett's, because his investment style has obviously had to change with the accrual of capital over time. And so, because now he has so much capital, he's very limited in the things that he can actually invest any significant amount of money into, because he has to buy like a significant portion of a company. And that changes the dynamics a lot. Can you imagine how frustrating that would have to be to have to explain things over and over? Not at all. Mm. Mm. Getting some bot calls at 60. Some more coming in at 65. Maybe a little bit of a stronger push here. Looks like the inverse, very slow inverse head and shoulders is kind of resolving a bit. So maybe, yeah, still that 63 mark where you'd be looking for confirmation. Every one of these tests, though, we keep getting more 64.50 bot puts. Bears are starting to, or bulls are starting to sell the puts a bit higher. Like 30, 35 sold puts are rolling back in a bit, which is probably going to start pushing pushing delta up. Maybe. Bot call pumps aren't really the problem here is like we test the out of the money 65s that have been sitting there all day, and then what, they close? Because there's not a lot of sold put support at spot, which is problematic. Yep, rejected. Profit taking. Hmm. There's a case to be made for yen long over the next 6 months. Sure, yeah. If Trump gets to politicize the Fed, there's an amazing case for long yen over the next 6 months. Did we get any news on what happened with Cook's judgment today? The judge was gonna hear the case. I don't know. Just keep checking the chain for the collar rule. Also, that's not the window dressing. The window dressing is what happens at the start of the day, not into the end of the day. It's like the start of the day and the last 10 minutes of the day. Hmm. Some capitulation on the 50 calls and on the 55 calls. Might slip 55 here. It's a trend breakdown just under this. They're selling puts, just not enough of them, and they're still kind of far out of the money. Like, there's some 60 sold puts, 50, 40. Obviously, 40 is the biggest stack, but they're not, there's like 1,900 of them. It's like not crazy. Also, losing 55 is really bearish because vol picks up sharply. Okay, so uh, uh, Uh-uh. Mm. Yeah, 63 still. Do you think this is our low for the day? It could be. Yeah, no, being afraid of a V here is very reasonable. We've been gaining support for like a couple hours. I would say we probably don't see the downside of 40, but I wouldn't say that a retest of gamma neutrals out of the question. If we break above 63, it is. That's the next range. We just haven't done that yet. We said the second half of the day could be bullish yesterday. Yeah, especially given that we sold off. Gamma's a little positive finally, which is slightly better than the prior tests, but not much. I'm still concerned that the 65 calls are gonna take profit here. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it, man. Bulls haven't done it. 63. What about that? What about that is actually it's 64 now, but like what about getting back to positive delta? Does nobody understand? They'll probably get it, but they might get it after you get burned on your fucking call. The gamma doesn't improve from here. It just gets more resistive. It's a measure of the option's sensitivity to a $1 price change in in the underlying asset. Popcorn. Why do I keep having to tell you this? I keep forgetting. There's a speaker today? Mm, no? I don't think so. There's no ruling from the judge. The judge has to discuss whether she can skip over needing to issue temporary orders to preserve the status quo while she considers the merits of the legal fight. Mm. Bulls do not have this. That's what I said about them closing the 65s. Don't give up. There's not like any support at 60. Support's at 55 if we get any. And support at 55 is not as strong as it was. 50's supportive. This is this is why I told you it was dangerous to hold the calls through the test. Yeah, Death Wish coffee sucks. Isn't updating? Is it stuck? Might be. Yeah, price isn't updating, but everything else is. Fuck. Son of a bitch. So it just needs. Okay. There we go. That was weird. Gap in price action there. Some sold puts at 60 here. I don't know if that's going to be enough to do anything. Yeah, there's 65 calls sold off pretty hard. Don't refresh or get kicked out like me. Yeah, I know. Oh, weird. Did Delta collapse there? Supports at 45.40. Resistance at 65. Yeah, the 65 breakout's still the only thing that fucking matters. I'm not actually sure because it's not updating. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I can just reset the fucking thing at this point. But it might be wrong. Yeah, I'm gonna just switch back to this. Clearly the data got fucked. Nuke might be trying to fix it. I know he was working on it earlier, so if he's updating shit and dev, well, everything's gonna get fucked up. But we have prod, which is more reliable. CPI PPI is going to be very important. Very, very. So's labor data. That's probably the most important data. Import export. Did 65C close? Actually, 60s and 55s closed. In the money. Some of the 60s, some of the 60s closed. Some of the 65s are closing now. A little bit. 1 second. All right. I think I've min-maxed the car purchase. Sorry, I know you guys are having a lot of fun trading this $5 range. I'm not leaving you out. I'm just getting rid of my car. You going with a bicycle? No. No, but I've got it narrowed down to 3. I'm either gonna get the VW IP4, the Honda Prologue, or the Lexus RZ. This one, meh. ID4. Oh yeah, that's right. Lexus is not the clear winner because it's a Toyota. This is a Toyota, like BRZ or BR4Z or whatever the fuck they're called. The ID4 interior is too small. Yeah, I'm gonna go like test drive a few of them. No, I don't like the Hyundai. Maybe the Ioniq, which is also the EV Subaru. Yeah, I know. It sucks. It has no range. It's like 200 miles to a charge. It's like a fucking Nissan Leaf. Yeah, I know. They use the GM chassis, but Honda components. Yeah, the Acura ZDX. If I could get the same price on it that I could get on the Honda, I would do that. But that's like the ID4 and the what is it? The Audi Q4 are the same fucking car too. Except the Audi's $12,000 more. The benefit of all of these is like you get residuals that are like negative 60% the price of the new car because of the all the bonuses. The Acura is, yeah, that's also a GM. I think the Prologue's the biggest one. The only one I'm kind of considering is like the BMW like i4 or i5 if I want to spend more. But the residuals on those are like 44%, which is not as good. And also BMWs don't retain value the way they used to. The Lexus is definitely best for value retention. because it basically doesn't lose any value over 2 years. But that car just sucks. I'll check out the Ioniq, but I didn't like him 2 years ago very much. It's like a Kia. It's like the same chassis as the Nero, right? Who cares about residual? It's a lease. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you care about the residual? Because you can, if your residual is like 50% of the initial selling price in a lower interest rate environment, you can sell the car for more than you owe on it. So you can sell the car out from under the lease for like 32,000 and you only owe 24, which pays for the entire lease. So you get a free fucking car. That's why you care about the residual. What? Jesus Christ. It's based on estimated depreciation. Okay, so if you pay, $6,000, so you have a $62,000 car, right? And you get $15,000 to, well, 15 to, right now it's like $15,000 to $20,000 in incentives. Then, you're leasing a car that's like between 47 and 42,000, right? And then you have your finance costs and your payment. So, and if you can get any money off of the MSRP from the dealer, but with like the 0% financing on the leases, this one's like I think for the prologue it's like 169 a month, which you can just pay up front. So you end up paying 169 a month for 36 months, which is the $6,000. But at the end of your lease term, you're $6,000 into the car, but your residual is 24,895 because of the incentives. And so, if the value of this that you owe at the end of the lease is less than the value of the car at market, say you could sell the car for $32,000 to a private seller, then you can keep the difference between those, which is $8K, which covers your cost of purchase and your down payment, or your cost of lease and your down payment. So anytime you can get a residual that's greater than like negative 50%, big win. It's not magical, it's just it's the amount left you owe on the car at the end of the lease. Yeah, well, the depreciation between the price that you bought the car for, which after all of the incentives, minus the amount that you've paid towards the car, and there's usually like a lease closing fee of like to roll it over of like $700 or $600. Also, you get around all of the like damage inspection and shit like that because you're selling it to a private seller. So there's no like additional fees tacked onto the back end of the lease because you're just paying off you just pay cash and pay off the residual. Yeah, if it retains value for resale, correct. Which does make the Lexus the most attractive of those three options, but I can get the. I already called a dealership that'll do the Honda with 0 down for $199 a month. So 0 due at signing. Well, first month and taxes due at signing. But the range on the Lexus is dog shit, and the base model car is ass. So like it's got like a lot of like Lexus components and branding and stuff, but it's still like the world's shittiest Toyota EV, like the BZ4X. The 2026 RZ is nice because they upgraded the battery and shit, but it's not out yet. Yeah, offer for my condo, 380K listed for 415. Do I take it? What market are you in? Meet him in the middle? I don't know. Why are you being cheap? You can afford it? Because I drive my car like once a month, twice a month. I don't want. If I wanted a different car, I would just get a different car. The whole reason for this is because the fucking manufacturers are trying to get all the EVs off their lot before the tax credits are gone, because they don't want to sit on dead inventory that they'll never be able to move, and they don't want to take a loss on their balance sheet. And so by offering all the incentives, they can write off the losses, right? Promotional incentive, and then they write off the $7,500 loss on the car. And that way they can match the federal EV credit and move all the EVs off their lot as fast as possible and off their books. I'm not. I just told you. I already have a dealership that agreed to do the prologue with no down. No down, 199 a month. 36 months, 12,000 miles a year. Are you leasing? Yeah, probably, because I can write it off. Oh yeah, that also. I gotta write my lease off. LLCs, baby. How does any of this hurt Carvana? It doesn't. Carvana sells used cars. I'm not gonna have a car payment. I'm just gonna pay the full lease up front. I think it's like $6,900 or something. They want 69.99, which means the lease payment's like actually like 194, I think, but whatever. I haven't test driven any of them yet, which is the next step. But like, I want to know which one I want to buy before I test drive it, or like at least narrow it down to three. I do kind of want the BMW i4 or the i5, and I may end up just blowing a little bit of money to get that instead, if it's just that much better, which it probably is. Are they all the same price, roughly? Yeah, because they have to be under 55,000 to qualify for the tax credit. I wouldn't get a Tesla if somebody paid for it. Like, if someone gave me a Tesla, I wouldn't drive it. Half the Teslas in the city are covered in graffiti at this point, anyway. I'll look at the Acura too, because I think it's like right next to the Honda dealership. See if it's worth the extra $40 a month or whatever. No, I'm not gonna get a Ford. Also, there's like a big problem with the self-driving on those right now. Yep, we failed GM. Might still double bottom off of 45 though. I will say that the path down to 35 is a bit more open now than it was earlier. Significantly less resistance. It has massaging seats, the Acura. Hmm. It's still just a prologue though. I don't like that. Like I don't wanna fucking I don't wanna buy an Audi that's just a VW. I don't wanna buy a fucking Acura that's just a Honda, and I don't want to buy a Lexus that's just the equivalent Toyota. Yeah, ZDX. There's chargers at my garage. They have like a spot. I think I have to pay like $20 more a month or something to have like a spot with a charger. But does the credit only apply to BEV and not PHEV? Yeah, so the PHEV credits you can't really claim anymore. Some dealerships might do it, but it might depend on the price of the car. Costco has charging stations, yeah. A shitload of them. You can just drop an extension cord from the penthouse. I mean, I can just chuck like 20 grand into some like money market fund or bond fund that pays out like 8%. I'll cover most of it. 30 grand. Then we could chuck 30 grand into like Ulti. Is 40 where most of the sold puts are holding out? 50, 50 and 40, and then 25 below that. I would say support at 50 is probably more important though. Just because losing 50 means that the like bullish call positioning, which you need down here, will fail. So like retest at GN on the weekly, and if that fails, that's bad. Because that probably means the bullish positions are like closing out. Ulti Nav dying faster than the Divi. Yeah. But they've got the new one now, Salty. Which I don't even think has paid a dividend out yet. Oh, Ulti's still holding in like the $5 range. I got stopped out of it last week. But I would probably buy back in around like 5 or something. They still have like 3 point like 3.1 billion in assets under management. Also, it's way better to buy Ulti when index volatility is high. Salty, yeah. Salty's like supposed to be inverse Ulti, but you can't hedge one with the other. Ooh. Yeah, I like the Lucids. I just don't want to spend fucking $700 a month on one. Yeah, risky. I know they're cool. I have a friend who has one. He has like the Grand Touring. Car's sick as fuck. But like parts and shit are impossible. 700 a month for a Lucid. What's the down payment? Zero, I think. I think they have zero down right now. I'm pretty sure they're also doing like 17,000 in incentives. But the problem is you know nothing about value retention. They're hard to fix. The pipeline for parts and like finding mechanics is nearly impossible. Yeah, and there's no guarantee they'll be around in a year. Their CFO bailed. We all know what that means. It depends. I think they start at like 70. Yeah, I can get a Fisker. I could probably buy like 5 Fiskers and use 4 of them for parts. I take turns between getting luxury and economical cars. I don't like economical cars, but I mean, like when I do drive my car, I'm generally in it like all day. So I'll probably choose whichever one is the most comfortable versus like the most stylish because I don't really give a shit about that. There's also shit like QDT, which is far more stable than Ulti and more like cyclically more relevant because you just wait for index vol to be high and then you buy it and then sell it when index vol is low. I just trade my Raptor in every year. The VinFasts are pieces of shit. I mean, you're gonna have different experiences at any dealership. But I mean, the real key, right, is that's the baseline, And then you can negotiate down from there. So like, I mean, you could probably even get like 16, depending on how much the dealer wants to get rid of the car. You could probably get like 10, maybe 18, maybe 10 to like 18% off the MSRP. Or you can find like service vehicles, or like the loaner cars, or rewinds, where someone's bought them and immediately brought them back. And these are still quote unquote new, so they qualify for incentives, but they're charged at the depreciated rate. So you can get like 20 to 25% off MSRP, which then brings your residual down even further. How are you getting the i4 so low? That's not for the i4. The i4 would be like, the best offer I got on the i4 so far is $359 for 36 months at 10,000 miles a year, which isn't great. That was for the Prologue or the VW. Those are both basically the same price. BMW's like incentives aren't as high either. They're like 9,500 versus like VW and Honda are like 15,000, or Honda's actually 17,500. I think VW's 15. The VW has shit value retention. Honda should have good value retention, but I'm not sure how that's going to go with the car being a GM vehicle. GM frame. GM batteries. Yeah, but supposedly the battery in it's pretty good. I mean, the cycle tests aren't bad. Yeah, apparently all the like self-driving shit and like driving assist stuff in the VW requires that you touch like stupid capacitive shit, and yeah, everyone hates them. But the Audi has the same problem. Yeah, no solid state batteries yet. That's going to be the next like important progression in EVs. But it's got like an 8-year, 100,000-mile warranty on it. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to own the car after 3 years anyway. Or 2 years, whatever I lease it for. I'll just lease something else. I have a garage that I rent a spot in. So you're saying you can't just beat your meat while the car drives itself? No. You can in the Honda for like a minute at a clip before it freaks out. The back's feeling a little better, but it gets locked up when I sit in my chair all day. Yeah, the parking space is more than the car lease. It's like $800 a month. Not both hands, one hand? I don't know. The car I have now, you just have to like reach up and touch the steering wheel every once in a while, and then it keeps going. Like it'll go for like 4 or 5 minutes, and then you gotta reach up and touch it. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'll test them, obviously. I don't need to be that distracted from my driving. No, I'm not getting a Range Rover. I haven't decided on one yet, but I'm either gonna get the Lexus, the VW, or the Prologue, probably. Although that probably means I'm gonna end up with a BMW. Hmm. I really like the Beamer the best. I don't want to spend fucking $1,000 a month on a Porsche that I'm then gonna owe fucking $90,000 on at the end of the lease. Why would I buy a Bugatti? What the fuck am I gonna do with it? Drive it at 20 miles an hour in New York City? I looked at the Ioniq 6. I'm actually gonna go in and look at one because everyone loves them so much. But I don't think I'm gonna like it. I don't like, first of all, I don't like stepping down into cars. It's one of the reasons I don't buy sports cars. Because it fucks my knee up. And if I sit in them for like 45 minutes, my knee just hurts all day. You can't get a BYD. Otherwise, I would. If you get a sports car, you might tear out your back again. Yeah. I'm not getting a Rivian. Same problems with the Lucids. Maybe less so, but yeah. Also, just fucking overpriced. I don't want to pay their startup costs because they have a shitty supply chain. CNET. After 2 million orders, including one with 18,000 cups of water with AI, Taco Bell has reached one conclusion: we still need humans. The revelation comes after Taco Bell's new AI drive through ordering system was the subject of memes online, primarily on TikTok, where people had a great time showing off flaws in the new technology. Idiots. We stuck here or test 44? We got a new intraday low on QQQ, which isn't like a great look. If tech drags this down, we can dump further. We regained the I mean we regained gamma neutral. We're in an inverse head and shoulders, but I would say if we lose gamma neutral again, that's not good, right? 45 is definitely going to be less supportive if that happens. We should just get a motorcycle. And the other GS version, it said GNW was at 44, but this is 51. Neither one is actually incorrect. We're just using different data and calculations. So the other one's a bit more refined. And we're gonna push that out to prod. We're constantly making like improvements on the suite of models. Or at least Dork is. Homogenous is not saying like homosexual, Jeff. Did you guys go back to the softer pink on live GXS because summer's over? No, it's because colorblind people can't see it, but I actually hate it, so I think we're gonna go back. Like, I keep looking at it, and every time I see it, I hate it more, and that's not a good thing. Oh, sorry. The Ionic 9? What the fuck am I gonna do with a giant SUV? Now you get an Audi RS. That's also $900 a month. But it's literally just a car to like run errands and get groceries in. So, I mean, fuck do I want to buy all that shit for? Also, I'm pretty sure the Ionic 9's more expensive than the Audi Q6 with the deals. I mean, I could buy a car from whatever state. Yeah, I can write off the depreciation. Well, no, I can write off the lease, not the depreciation. Yeah, they have some deals on the Mercedes. I don't know if they're very good, but they have some stuff on them. Ooh, there's actually a really good deal on the Tacoma right now if you want a pickup truck. I think the Tacomas are like it's like $269 a month for the crew cab ones. Mm. Mm. I could actually get a good deal on the ADX. Like three, well, like three a month. Doubles the cost of the lease over the other one, though. Hmm. Yeah, on the luxury side, it's hard to beat the i4. I wouldn't buy a fucking Volvo anyway. They've always sucked. They're just safe. That's all they had going for them. Fucking piece of shit Swedish cars. Should you drive the i4? I already know I'm gonna like it better than the other ones. I can't believe people are paying $1,100 a month to drive a fucking Range Rover. That's on sale. What a shit deal. I wonder if what I wonder is if Lexus will do that thing they did with the old hybrids when they first came out and they improved the battery and then they let everybody bring their fucking Lexus hybrids in and get the new battery put in, like the bigger battery. Your first car was a Celica with a broken window. I know. God, I missed that thing. The thing was fun as fuck to drive. It was like a little go-kart. It wasn't a broken window. It had a broken convertible top. You just couldn't see out the back window because it was like plastic and it had gotten all scratched up. These are all 2025s. Some of spy calls at the top, some of spy puts at the bottom. I can take the mockery of this, but can you stop ripping on Range Rover owners? Has your car started smoking it randomly yet? Like, I mean, I'm cool with like leasing luxury vehicles that are unreliable. Sure, that's fine. But it has to at least be reliable through the term of the lease. I've driven plenty of diesel vehicles. I'm not definitely not driving one. Also, diesel's like $6 a gallon right now. It's not even a good deal like compared to a hybrid. They're test platforms for mechanical failure. All the Benzes with adjustable suspension bounce. I think like anything. I think the E class has it. Everything like E and up on the sedans and the all the M and up SUVs. I don't need to up my. Where the fuck am I gonna park a diesel truck? What do I need that for? So people can ask me to move their shit around? Fuck that. There's the breakout. This is more bullish. A bit. Still need to break 63. Also, DN's moving up with spot, or Delta Flip's moving up with spot, which is not good. Careful, this could get rejected again. Especially if more of those 65s close. Ranger Raptor? Cushy ride. What? Raptor? The Ford truck? Oh, I could get the Lightning. That's like the same price as the rest of these. Again, I don't want a pickup truck for anything. No, I wouldn't buy a Nissan. They're pieces of shit. I did look at the Lightning. I think it was like the Lariat or something. That one had a good deal. It was I think that was like 50% residual. I look good in everything, Danimal. Yeah, well, Ford trucks and Ford cars have always been. There's a bit of a gap in quality there, but if I was gonna buy a pickup, though, I'd probably just get the Toyota. Why don't you get a TRX? Like a Dodge? I don't want a pickup truck. I don't want a Rivian either. Are you disparaging my 1974 Ford F-350 Super Cab with the 390 and the Dana 71 rear end? How dare you? No. All American cars made before 1974 were great. It's just everything after 1974. GMs are nice because you get a new car every 5,000 miles due to using the warranty to rebuild it when it blows up. I'm not getting a Tesla. I don't want my car to function like an iPad, first of all. And then I don't like them. They're not comfortable and they're fucking ugly. They have like just the most basic design. The interiors are Spartan. Ugh. And it's like worse than Toyota, which I didn't even think was possible. Who gets a who gets an EV when they have money? Someone who wants a free car. I drive a Tesla, so that should tell you something. I don't know. If I didn't live in the city, maybe, but it's just not worth having one. Also, I've never understood the appeal. Like, I'm gonna spend $100,000 to have an uncomfortable car that I can increase the risk of killing myself in. For what? Like, it's not gonna get you laid more. It's maybe from other dudes. What is the draw? Yeah, but the Ford hand-free thing like has a problem. Have you seen them like just like locking the doors and taking off, and you can't operate like the brakes and stuff? I think they already have like a fix for it, but clout, yeah. The worst dudes too. Joe Rogan guys. The Z3 was a fun car to drive. I used to have an M3, like the E32. That was fun. I was good. I never had a 39. I had a Mercedes, like the S63 for a while, and I had an E55 AMG. Those were cool. They broke all the time though, and they were so expensive to fix. What's up, Jedward? E30s are so rare. You should have kept it. Actually, my uncle still has it. It hasn't been driven in like 8 years, but like he has it just sitting on his lot. My favorite car I ever had was I had a it was a 89 89 911 Carrera 4 with a rough powertrain and the wide body kit. It had like 583 horsepower. You couldn't drive the fucking thing in a straight line if your life depended on it, though. Like first and second gear were just useless. And the best part was I got that for like I think I got it for like $6,500. Yeah, it was a fucking death trap. No, not usually. I usually go through cars pretty quick. I don't like I don't know. Nice things are nice. It was like the year they put four-wheel drive into the Carreras, but the rough powertrain was still rear-wheel drive. So like the posi track on it was just dog shit. Like it it was really hard to pull out of a parking spot without peeling out. And it wasn't just because I was like 23. Yeah, maybe a little. You just well, if you did that, you just blow the fucking clutch. Like from 0 to 60, you kind of just had to like throw it in third and pop the clutch, and it would chirp. But that was like the best you could do. If you started in first or second, you'd burn out, or burn out the clutch, trying not to burn out. Was the car for you? Yeah. Why did you have access to rough? It wasn't a rough Porsche, not fully. It just had a rough powertrain. And so my uncle did like body work for show cars, like Ferraris, Lamborghinis, stuff like that. And one of like his really good friends owned like a Porsche racing team, and so he was always like working on older Porsches and souping Porsches up as like part of his business. And occasionally like one would slip through the cracks and I'd buy it. I had the 89 911, and then I had a 928, and I had a Boxster S for a little bit. Most of them I just like sold. Like I would pick them up and then like sell them for more than I got them for if I could, because I needed the money for school. But the Porsche 911 and my Supra were probably my two favorite cars. I'm 52. I've had four vehicles my entire adult life. 87 Astra, Toyota four-wheel drive pickup, WD pickup, a Tacoma Extra Cab, and an 18 Mini Countryman. It's fucking way off on that last one. I had the 98 HKS. I had a Skyline R34 for like 2 months. But even had a GT3 RS and a Bronco Raptor. Sphere car was a Subaru Outback Wilderness. My wife has a Crosstrek Wilderness, and it's a great car. How are the Subarus nowadays? I haven't paid much attention to them, but I heard their quality went way downhill. Why wasn't the Taycan on your list? I have no interest in getting one. The only reason I would even switch out my current car would be because I can get a new car for free. Consumer Reports had them beat Lexus and Toyota for the first time ever this year. Who? Subaru? Really? Subarus were dropping like way off the list last time I saw. It was like a couple years ago, but maybe the pandemic just fucked them up. No, I wasn't trading. I was in college. I worked as a bartender and a waiter. I had an internship at one point while working as a bartender and a waiter and going to school full time. That was fun. No, I don't want the fucking Kia. Maybe more Toyota doing worse than Subaru doing better. I'd believe that. You know what surprised me was that like Buick moved up real hard on the list. The coolest thing about a lot of rich people buy Porsches because you can write off depreciation that's greater than the loss in residual value. So like you've by the time you sell it, like 3-4 years later, you've written off more of the cost of the car than you've actually lost in its value. What's your advice to young people? I don't know. What do you mean? In regards to what? They probably mean in regards to money. Hmm. I don't know. Don't do what I did. Don't get like an executive level job and then spend all the fucking money you make on stupid shit. That's the best advice I could give somebody. Calls at 6,500 still open? No, there's not a lot of calls at 65. There's still calls at sorry, not at 65, but at 64, 65. Nothing at 6,500. All that shit's sold. Define wealthy. I would argue that I'm still not that wealthy. Pursuing success? I don't know. Take the time you need to find out the thing you want to do. Because I'd rather do something I love every day for less money than do something that fucking sucks to do every day for more money. I didn't like figure out what I wanted to do until I was like in my 30s. I'm not even sure if this is what I want to do, but I like it a lot.
I mean, I made money shorting the market before GME ever happened, but yeah. I don't think I would still be trading at this point if it weren't for you guys. Like, I'd just probably be doing nothing. So, like, I think the stream's like a big part of all this, or like what I want to do. I don't know. Gamma Strike's super cool. Yeah, I mean, I would just invest. I can live off the like dividends that I have already. Well, you're a role model. We're cautionary tales. Today's positioning is goofy. It's just like it's like a pancake in the middle. Everything's sold to the upside, everything's sold to the downside, and we've got like a like a $20 range between 45 and 65 that we can trade in. And it doesn't look like bulls or bears are giving up yet, so it'll probably swing hard one way or the other end of day. It's not that weird. It's pretty like this is pretty common for like a big Friday or an important Friday. Meaning and purpose can't really be bought. It must be found. Yeah, I agree with that. Damn, I can't believe the BMW pulled ahead. It's the worst deal objectively. This is this why you guys are bad at investing? Yeah, I guess if I never started the stream, I'd be in better health because I wouldn't have stopped going to the gym all the time. I would never vote for a BMW. You don't have to tell me what you voted for. You nailed the call on the end of the month selling too. Yep. I still don't have a model to determine how much the S&P will sell off, but I was close with my estimate, which is surprising. I thought it would be like 50, 60 points. That's about what we got. I voted for Lexus. You couldn't pay me to own a German car. I would say Porsche are equivalent quality. BMWs aren't. They used to be. BMWs actually used to be like neck and neck with Toyota for quality. They're more like Gremlins, less refined, like overall engineering. And the problem, like the biggest problem with German cars is, um, like they just over engineer the fuck out of everything, so it doesn't take much for shit to break. But like quality wise, BMWs are always great. Like the 3.0 V6 and the old Beamers is a fucking amazing engine. I will say they're not what they used to be, not by any means. Makes better cars during a recession when they pull out all the electronics and sell you the basic kit. Yeah. When dealers start buying base models. It was like the was this the 3.0 liter V inline six, not V6. I think the current collar that's rolling is what it said 6210. So no, I don't think so because there's no delta on it anymore. So it's the position it rolls into that has the impact on hedging because it's essentially expired. Does the BMW i4 have any of those options? I think they stopped doing that because the pushback was pretty nasty for like unlocking heated seats and shit. I also would have voted for the Ionic. I'll check one out. It's kind of in line. It's like the residual is like 56%. But it's also like the most popular EV in the category, so there's a good chance that the I would love to get a convertible PT Cruiser. No love for the VW. It's a good deal. I mean, I've heard they're really small though, so I probably won't like it. You have to track it. I'll start posting it on Twitter again if I remember to update it end of day today. I just got bored with following it all the time. I know you said you don't like Audis, but I rode in an e-tron GT. Well, do you know which one? Was it like the 6 or the 8? Or someone I work with has the VW. Meh. It's the same as the fucking Audi. Like, it's the same car. I don't think there's any benefit to the take-in. It's just more money. Or a station wagon, which is ugly as fuck.
Gorilla Mode put their pickle in my jar, got into the line of work just for money, and it's been almost 3 years and I tried lying to myself that I like it. Trading make me feel genuinely free, Gherkin, just learning slow, and I sometimes get frustrated because I don't understand
Dare
the
you?
aspects mechanics of Market 5.
Got this line of work just for the money. It's been 3 years, and I tried lying to myself that I like it. Trading genuine makes me feel genuinely free, Gherk. Hmm. I'm just learning slow, and sometimes I get frustrated because I don't understand all of the aspects, mechanics of the market. Take your time. It's yeah, I wish I'd thought to tell a lot of you guys this right in the beginning, and I tried to catch up before the first year was out, but you got you got a job, you got a life, you got things going on, you got all the time in the world to learn this. You don't need to rush towards getting rich, because if you can create something that's adaptable and that you can do with any kind of consistency, then you open up free time elsewhere. And some of you guys are starting to get there, I know it's been a long time, but you're doing it. Some of you caught on a little earlier, some of you a little later, but and the people that have stayed have gotten objectively better at it. Hyundai spec. What the fuck? People making money here? Yeah, yeah, some people do pretty well. Well, McChuggets, you'd probably do a lot better if you'd stop buying 250% out of the money calls. Just, I'm just saying. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day you'll hit and but I voted Prologue. Does this make me good at investing? Maybe. The risk with the Prologue is you don't know what the end value is going to be. So they each have their own nuance. Like the Lexus and the Beamer are going to hold value better probably than the VW or the Prologue. But the discount on the VW and the Prologue is insane. This is boring price action. Yeah, it fucking sucks. McChuggets is going to be a billionaire when those calls go deep in the money. Possibly. If I knew the different options, I would still read it. Just read it all. Was it like a few extra minutes? Maybe 200% instead. I'm the risk management chair here, so I should hold myself to a higher standard. Thanks, Gremlin. His broker's gonna send assassins to his house because, they internalized his position. If McChuggets hits, he'll just do what Farmville does, lose it all the next day. In fairness, a lot of you guys do that because you get a little bit more money in your account and then you try to lever up without taking into consideration leverage risk, and then you blow up maybe more slowly than Farmville, but it's a bad habit. That's greed. You gotta push that down. Keep doing the thing that you do that's consistent and maybe not as profitable. Laugh in the face of risk. Too close to home. It's supposed to hurt a little, that way you don't do it again. What's up, Real Flash? If you bought a motorcycle? What? I'm not buying a motorcycle. I'm gonna end up a skid mark. Let's get the VW or BMW. Never downgrade your taste. How's the VW better than a Lexus? What? Lexus or BMW? Not The VW's a fucking ugly piece of shit. Who said that? I don't know. It's probably like hazy or something. Laren. I don't know. I don't know. It's for Europors, the VW. It's just the Audi Q4. It's the same fucking vehicle. Except the Audi has like nicer trim. You should get the VW Bus EV. That way you can live out your crunchy, hippie fever dreams with Doric. If I bought it, I would just park it in Doric's driveway and then take the keys with me. And then he'd have to figure out how to get a 6,000 pound VW bus out of his driveway. BMW then? I'm gonna test drive it. The Audi just has plastic and the VW paper or whatever that is. I think it's got more, like, they unlock more horsepower. If you got the VW bus, you could drive the bussy. Oh god. I'm not buying that fucking thing. It's so ugly. Why is At the Money IV going up? Because we're moving into close, and that's what happens. As you move into close, IV rises. Why are you even considering a BMW? Are you going through a midlife crisis? No, because it's roughly in line with the other lease offerings. It's not quite as good, but it's a overall nicer car than the other three. Better range, more horsepower, comfier seats. Mostly sold on the seats. But I still haven't tested them yet, so I don't actually know. No, I'm gonna lease it and then sell it at the end of the lease. Ideally for more money than I spent leasing it. No, I'm not gonna buy anything. Gross. I'm gonna write off the lease. And then sell the car at the end and pay the lease off with cash. How do you determine when to lease versus buy a car? By the residual value versus depreciation. The only problem is, like, if it's like an unknown model or a new model, you can't really rely on residual valuation metrics. So you have to look at, like, I mean, you can make a rough estimate, but You don't really know what the car is going to be worth in 5 years. When you lease, you don't have to worry about that so much. Also, usually lease deals are better because they move more cars on leases, and so like the incentives tend to be better. But if you can get a residual value at the end of like a 3-year lease that's greater than 50% of the current value of the car, it's very likely that you can sell the car for more than you actually paid for it. You can look at like standard depreciation. I think like the Toyota Tacoma or Tundra is like the best one, and it holds like 74% or something, or 73% of its original value after a 5-year period. Really? I fucking BMW arguably has one of my favorite like suspension suspension and handling of almost any car besides maybe Porsche. And some of like the M series are amazing. Like I would say they're neck and neck or better than Porsche in some regards. Like if you like to drive, BMWs are awesome. They still have rack and pinion in the M series, don't they? Probably not anymore. Yeah, Porsches hold value well. Depends which one you buy. Carreras hold value really well. M cars are dead now. Yeah. I had like was it like a 328i? And that was just like a car to commute in, and that was still fun to drive. That was like what, 2014, 2015, or 330i? A 330i, I think. So the Macan and the Q6 and the VW are all the same car, right? The ID6 or whatever. Yeah, they all look the same. But they don't make the ID6 in America. BMW SUVs are much better. What, like the X3 and the X5? Alternate side parking rules. Dude, I loved that shit during COVID. I would just pay the $50 every 2 weeks. But it sucks now that they brought it back. e-tron GT and Taycan are the same platform. Yeah, that makes sense. I heard the Mazdas have gotten a lot better. I don't think they have a EV though. Is this bear flag finna plop? We've just like bottomed out. I mean, I don't know what to say. Unless someone capitulates into end of day here on the increased IV, we're pretty range bound. I mean, Charm's working against the bulls a little bit, which they're struggling with right now. But following the collar roll, when everyone goes to close the spread, we might get a bounce. So maybe we still have more to sell off, right? Like sell off to like the 35 low or the 40 low, something like that, and then bounce from there. I don't want a fucking 30-year-old car. Damn, the Lexus is winning. That's wild. It has no. The only problem with the Lexus is like it has no range. I like everything else about it. I like the current like Lexus design, but it's got like a much smaller battery than the other ones. Maybe I get like the 450e so I get more horsepower. I think that one's only like moderately more expensive. And you still get a $60,000 Lexus for like 27,000 at the end of the lease. I would still get the lease because you get the discounts. If you buy it outright, you don't get the extra $7,500 off. All three of the Prologue, the VW, and the Lexus all have like $15,000 to $20,000 in discounts. Also, it's harder to push a Lexus dealer down on MSRP. So I could get the Prologue for like basically fucking nothing. If I could get like 15% off the MSRP, I get the car for free for 3 years. But the Lexus, like, they're not going to budge as much. I might be able to get like 5%, 6% off MSRP, which is notionally a larger amount of money, but. And it's not like the Lexus holds value that much better than the Honda. Oh, we know, not a dime over. Yeah. Penny. Exactly. I don't like the Audi, the VW, the Porsche SUVs. It seems the multi-model standardization leveled out new standout attributes. Yeah, I agree. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
Hey, look, nothing fun happening. Damn, how is the Lexus winning? Are you guys even looking these up? Are you buying this car before the tariff impact? Partially. I'm buying it because the EV credits are drying up. Oh, I wonder about the... Is there a Genesis? Hmm. How many cars have you bought, leased in your lifetime? um, like 20? 20, 20 to 25, probably. To be fair, in my younger years, I just had a lot of shit boxes that didn't last very long. But I get bored with things easily. Oh, the Genesis has a pretty good deal. Also, residual is not as good. We get a $14,000 bonus. I assume it's just an Ionic with better stuff in it. Sucks. Nope.
Hey, look, the data's working again. But it's wrong. Weird. Okay. It's just fucked up today. You can't get the tax credit now on any EVs that are over 55,000. Supposedly. You said you had a setup for metalwork, like a furnace and shit? We should hang out and make a ring. Oh god, it's in storage. I mean, like, I have like a little blast furnace for making like knives. I wouldn't even know how to make a ring or a knife, as a matter of fact. How pumped would Miss Nuke be if two degenerates made some kindergarten art? Why don't you just take a gold bar from Costco and take like a Dremel to it? You're probably gonna make something better than we are. I have no experience with metallurgy. I thought I was gonna make knives during the pandemic. Delta flip spiking again. And then I just didn't make the knives. Still bot calls 60 65. Then big resistance at 70. So you could get the Audi Q6, which is also the Porsche Macan, for 410 versus 900. The A6 is only 400 a month, which is the Taycan, I guess. Looks like the same fucking car. Hmm. One sec. It's usually not bullish when DF spikes like that. It's usually like some form of profit taking. People trying to close out their long 65s. I didn't say the profits were good. But if you're trading 300 contracts at a time, you don't give a shit. Hmm. The Lexus or the Honda, huh? Yeah. I thought a lot of the issues on the prologue were from the 2024 model. There's still a fuck ton of gamma expansion to the upside into end of day if bulls push this. Did the collar roll yet? I got water. Straddling the weekend? Maybe not. Hmm. So the Lexus has been chosen for you? I know. 64 ADCs. I know Lexuses are great. I own 2 of them. That's not the point. The point of this is doubling down on the incentives and getting a free car. Get a Joby? That'd be dope. Ah, who said we're never failing 60? I don't know. I wonder how many of the prologue issues are just like growing pains, and how much of them are severe issues. Like they're EVs. They're, you can't have that many fucking problems. I would drive a Daewoo. These are all just prototypes, right? Hmm. Yeah, I know it's a Chevy Blazer. Or GM, whatever the fuck, EV. That's because you can't dance a 95 Saturn coupe. Today's been fucking sick. What happened? Wait for tonight. This price action? The problem with a lot of these is they're all in their last model year. They're not going to make another Prologue. They're not going to make another RZ. I mean, they are, but the 2026 RZ is going to be significantly better. Why'd you draw that prison on your chart? We've been stuck in it all day. Which one? So now it's more of an epilogue. Nice. If I move to Texas, will you come visit me in JFresh? Yeah. Wait, why are you crying? Do you think I was gonna say no? Would you Texas and not Florida? Yeah. No, Texas has good food. I'll go there for and eat, and then leave. Yeah, it seems like a lot of fit and finish issues. I don't know. You know the Lexus is a BZ4R, right? Which is also a piece of shit. It doesn't matter. They're all free. They're free cars. That's what matters. Not the BMW. The other three, though. The Subaru is also the Lexus, which is also the Toyota. Because the discount's greater than their rate of depreciation. And since you only pay an assumed rate when you lease something, you can theoretically sell it for more than what you owe on the lease at the end of the lease. I have nowhere to put them all. You can leave one in LA with me. I'm just gonna get 3 of them and rent 2 of them out on Turo. Maybe that's how I get the better deal off MSRP. I wonder if Turo covers the parking. They probably don't. Do not eat the clam chowder at a Toyota-thon in Texas. Ah, fuck. We have 3 Lexuses? This is bullshit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They have white with white interior. White with blue interior. Could do that. Hmm. That's not as good a deal on the lease, though. I have to get them down quite a bit. Black with saddle brown. Lexipides from the Greek. Not Latin. I'm just kidding. Lexus is French, but well, the name is. I think it's supposed to be from like well, French and what was it? It's like French and Latin and Greek. People used to think it stood for luxury export to the United States. Delta Flip has stopped price about 50 times today. Yeah. Yeah, those spikes in Delta Flip when we tested are positions closing. That's why it keeps doing that. According to the original designers of the name, their Team One advertising division, the brand name has no specific meaning and simply denotes a luxurious and technological image. $220 of range on the Lexus. It's so shitty. It's like a fucking $60,000 Nissan Leaf. $72,000 Nissan Leaf. And it still looks like the Toyota. They didn't do a good job making it look like something else. The infotainment system in Lexuses is pretty good, though. Yeah, it's 71.4 kilowatt hour capacity battery. And the VW, the Hyundai, and the Honda are all like 80 plus kilowatt hour. I guess it's not that fucking ugly. Mm. Wait, does this not have the fucking self-driving? Oh, it does. Okay. Mm. White? I want blue. Yeah, why does it say it has the different color interior? Hmm. Lie? Yeah, I can park them. If I think it's like a little bit more money a month to switch the spot, but it's not a problem. That's why I don't like the EV options on enough range. I want to buy a 67 Mustang Shell, fill it to the brim with 18 650s, and put an electric forklift motor on each wheel. Yeah, then when someone sparks off the side of your solid steel hammered panels, you can die in the most epic lithium fire ever. I think it's like 385 a month if I switch to the EV parking. It's more than the fucking car. Don't forget magnesium rims. It depends. There have been periods where they're really expensive. I'm below the like toll zone, so the parking got super cheap. Peak of the pandemic when no one was going anywhere, parking spots were going for like 1,500 to 2,000 a month. But now with the $20 toll, everything like sub 68th Street is like no one wants to park there at all. It's great. And if you live there, you don't pay the toll. I don't want a Cybertruck. Yeah, I guess from a depreciation standpoint, the Lexus is the best deal, but I don't like it that much. Low horsepower, little battery. Or big horsepower, same size battery. Neither of those are very attractive options. Yeah, I'll go look at a couple after work. Let's see what's going on. Was that it? That was the big bull push into end of day? What's the closing imbalance? Jesus, it was like nothing. 847 million on S&P, 506 million on Nasdaq. Fuck. Yeah, that's like a non-starter. Boring. Let's close below GN and have a fun week next week, and I can go long vol over the weekend. This is my job, okay, Jeff? Why would you want to drive a literal and figurative dumpster? Wait, which one? It's still an EV and it's bulletproof. Yeah, true. I'm not gonna like feel happy about it though. Like I'll get it, fuck it, but I'm gonna feel less happy about it. Because it's just not as cool. I also think the charging on it might suck. The offer I have currently on the Honda is basically free. It's like 6K all in for 3 years. It'll be harder to negotiate a Lexus down any significant degree. I want a personal quadricopter so bad. But I'll go check out the BMW and the Hyundai. Everyone loves the fucking Hyundai, so I'll give it a look. See if they fixed it from a couple years ago. Because a couple years ago it was just a fucking Kia Niro, and those kind of suck. One more try. Man, I really should have sold that 60 butterfly, huh? There's car dealerships in the city. I probably wouldn't buy a car from one of them, but no, I just called a dealership and gave him an offer, and then he offered me slightly higher, but it was still good. Like I just gave him a super low ball offer. It was like 15% off MSRP with nothing to it signing and 6,400 or no 6,100 for 3 years, 36,000 miles. It's okay. It'll probably go back down again, Cobra. King Cobra. Yeah, there's a little bit of sector rotation. She came with the terms, they worked around it. They want 6,400, zero down at signing. But it's like the fully loaded one, so it's like, what's wrong with leasing? Also, I get a write off the lease, don't forget. Hmm. Ding ding. Yeah, the 60 butterfly was the way. I wonder if Rug Pulopotamus made money on it. I'm not wringing them dry. They have to get they have to get those cars off their lots before the EV credits expire. I'm not getting a Gamma Strike logo wrap on my car. Not unless Gamma Strike wants to buy the car, in which case, done. How do you write it off then? Purchase it through an LLC. Use it for work. Yeah, as long as the contract is signed, you still get the discount. If you do, then it becomes an appreciating asset because you can sell it to someone in the pickle jar. If I made a Gamma Strike car, Nuke and JFresh would have first dibs on buying it. Your Lexus dealer is gonna love you, but you should probably take the Beamer. If I can get the Beamer around the same price as the Lexus, I'll probably get it instead. Again, it's hard to talk down luxury cars off of MSRP when you're already getting $20,000 off in incentives. All right. So, dropped to the bottom of the MM's expected move, fell through it a bit, chopped along delta neutral, which is actually higher. There or some shit throughout most of the day, but didn't fail gamma neutral to any significant degree except with the initial momentum. So I would say we got a little bit of support here going into Monday. Maybe not a lot, but I could foresee Monday being kind of flat after this price action. Maybe a bump in volatility, but they didn't really get volatility down much today. And I think the more interesting thing about today's sell-off was that like 3-month vol climbed. Obviously we broke down through the ES trend. Found support around that 6460 minor support level. But ultimately held 6475 into the end of day. Which means Monday, maybe like a retest at the trend, like 64.90, and then we'll see if that actually fails. I think we've got some data next week, so we'll go over that on the weekend stream, which will be on Monday. Don't forget, because holiday weekend. Dollar down, yields at the top end of the curve back up a little bit. Correlation did turn around a little bit today. Post morning sell off, so possibly a little bit of a move back into dispersion after Nvidia earnings and after the inflation data. There might be a little bit more confidence going back in, so that bounce back to retest the trend may continue out into the middle of like next week. That's a little bit bullish. Commodities, silver up a bunch, gold, copper, oil back down again. So still seeing a lot of appreciation in precious metals. Nothing else really super exciting. Still no moves in bond volatility that anyone cares about. Drop off in leverage on the carry trades stalled out today, but the forward yield on implied vol rose to negative 10%, which is a bit above where we've been, around negative 15, 14. Skew is to the upside today. I would imagine maybe more out of the money put buying today with some de-risking going on. Breadth is still decent, but flattening out and price improvement. Ooh, that's kind of fun. We did get a bump in correlation between VX and cash VIX. I noted yesterday that our drop off in correlation had lessened. And that probably meant that we were going to get a bit of a turnaround in volatility. We did. If that turnaround in volatility continues, like people continue to go long vol into next week, that could get kind of spicy, especially because the spread's so wide right now. Like definitely not as much risk as they were carrying like back here, back in like December of 24, Jan of 25, but still carrying a decent amount of risk. Fed fund futures improved a little bit, although I don't think that PC lent to a rate cut by any means, which means that Fed fund futures is probably still off in pricing, especially with CPI, PPI data coming in before the Fed meeting. Oh, and the steepening picked back up again with the presumption of increased Fed cuts. So the 10-2-year spread up 6.82%. Yeah, it's getting awfully recessionary. On the technical side, we failed the breakout above trend again. We did catch a support before confirming that failure, but we got a little bit of a rejection going into Monday, which might carry a bit of a bearish bias into the start of next week. This may be the only thing that really carries a bearish bias into the start of next week, but start of a new month also. So losing some of that upside gain on the monthly was maybe a pretty big deal here. We talked earlier in the week about how pension funds were shedding about 29 to like 32 billion in equities due to performance. Well, with the performance drop off, they may continue to shed to rebalance their books into Monday, and that opens up a chance to move back down into that June range under 64.27 and maybe retest the EMA 30. And the bounces off of the EMA 30 have weakened. So, the initial bounce off the 30 was pretty strong. The second bounce that we had, a couple weeks ago around August OPEX was a little bit weaker. And then, if we retest here, maybe a failure. Definitely still like some bearish consolidation there. And below the longer term trend, which we rejected off of after retesting. So I would say from a technical perspective into the open of September, possibly like a slight bearish bias, but I would say that on the monthly that wouldn't be confirmed unless we lost like 6,200. So quite a long way down to confirm some actual bearishness there. Did the collar roll? Yeah. It's the baby collar, though. All right. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope everybody has a great Labor Day weekend, and I will see you guys Monday for the Billionaire stream. All right. Enjoy yourselves. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do